all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamajalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatam Trigunarhitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda everyone, welcome you all to yet another wonderful Bhava Samadhi Darshan with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Today, we're going to be having the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Chandrasekhara Murti. This is one of the many forms of Paramashiva, and along with the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, before we enter into the Bhava Samadhi Darshan directly, we're going to be understanding the Leela behind this form of Paramashiva, as well as the powerful cognitions it represents, and how in our own personal lives we can apply the powerful cognitions given and transmitted by this Murti. But before we enter into all of this, I'd like to share an exciting and special news from Kailasa. We have two very important news which have been released over the past couple of days. The first one being the truth being revealed by media about the no Interpol notice against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. These posts are directly available in the Facebook page, the official handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Facebook, which states very clearly that the Interpol has never issued any sort of notice on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In fact, the Interpol themselves recognize the sovereignty of Kailasa nation and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the head of the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa. The Interpol has debunked the spat of disinformation in media of any Interpol notice or diffusion against Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam in deference to the fact that he is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and head of the state of the United States of Kailasa. The persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized by the United Nations, which we're going to be seeing next, international bodies, and multiple countries. After baseless rumors spread about Interpol notices being issued against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, media like the News Minute have revealed the truth of the Interpol notice against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, along with clear evidence of letters directly from Interpol on the same. So as you can see here, there is, if you can scroll down actually on the same Facebook post, you will see the references linking the Interpol, the official letters by Interpol, stating that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has not received, has no notice has been put on the Supreme Hinduism, and that Interpol themselves identify and accept the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, recognize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the next important news which we would like to share with all of you is United Nations recognizing the persecution on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, on the Nithyananda Gurukul, and the persecution which has happened on Kailasa's children and women. A report on the special rapporteur on the sale and the sexual exploitation of children, including child prostitution, child pornography, and other child sexual abuse material on reparation for child victims and survivors of sale and sexual exploitation. The weaponization of sexual violence targeting women and children, especially of minority traditions, is part of a more pervasive and systematic campaign targeting certain indigenous spiritual traditions, minority communities, and their leaders. One such indigenous spiritual tradition currently targeted for extermination by the deep state elements in the Hindu Aboriginal Indigenous Agricultural Tribes, which is the AIAT community, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Kailasa's Nithyananda Gurukul, the traditional residential education system of AIAT, is one of the core components of the AIAT from a tender age to learn the 64 types of knowledge in a unique method of knowledge transmission. Since the year 2010, deep state elements have forcibly and unlawfully shut down the indigenous Nithyananda Gurukuls, depriving the AIAT children of their fundamental human rights and right to traditional education. Several terrorist attacks continued on the AIAT Gurukul schools and the children to destroy the indigenous education system, ironically, by the state bodies responsible for reparation. So if you actually scroll down on this post as well, you can see the direct links to all of these articles, or where the United Nations they themselves have recognized the persecution and have uploaded all these reports on their official website. So both of these links, both of these posts are available on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's official Facebook channel. Both of these posts are featured on the page, so it will be right there at the top. So you can go and view for yourself, as well as all the references and the pictures, images referring to all the information being provided is also linked in this post. You can take a few minutes and you can actually go and look at these and read for yourself. And not only that, share this with the rest of the world. The United Nations, for the first time since the formation of the modern world, United Nations and other international bodies and institutions are now recognizing the Hindu persecution, which has been going on for so many thousands of years. So now with this, we're going to be entering into today's program, into the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of today. First, we're going to be learning about the grand narrative of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was born in the holy town of Tiruvannamalai in South India on January 3rd, 1978. At the tender age of 3, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was initiated into the Bala Sannyas as a Bala Sannyasi by various enlightened masters and the predecessors of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the holy town of Tiruvannamalai. Not only that, but the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was identified as an incarnation by enlightened beings and masters such as Yogi Raj Yogananda Puri, Vidwan Panduranganath, as well as the 230th Guru Mahasanidanam of the Tondai Mandaladinam of the Kanchi Mutt. By the age of 16, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated to revive Kailasa, and the official induction as the successor of Arunachala Sarvanya Peetam has happened and was done to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by his Guru Mataji Vibhudananda Puri, also lovingly called as Mataji Kuppammal. As you can see here in the photos, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received the wooden staff, the Kamandalu water pot, and the conch, the traditional items which are handed over, passed down from Guru to disciple, along with the official induction as the successor into the lineage. You can see here the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism standing with Mata Vibhudananda Puri, as well as the official photo of the Pattabhishekam, of the coronation ceremony happening to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Next, we can see here the early days in the mission of Kailasa. When the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was very young, with the guidance of his gurus, the Supreme built the temple monastery complex for his guru, Mataji Vibhudananda Puri, in Tiruvannamalai. This complex was built by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, brick by brick. In the year 2001, on April 14th, at the age of 23, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the first Kailasa temple monastery complex in Tiruchendur, South India. As you can see here on the photo in the left-hand side most corner, the bottom left-hand side corner, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with his own handwriting annotated the photograph documenting and recording the historic moment in the history of Sri Kailasa. The year following that, in November 4, 2002, by the age of 24, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the headquarters of the Kailasa Sarvanya Peetam in South India. By the year 2004, at the age of 26, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted mass living enlightenment initiations all across the globe, taking people through powerful cleansing experience, seven energy bodies, 7 chakras in our system. These programs happened in various cities all across the globe, including North America, Canada, and various parts of Europe as well. At the age of 27, in the year 2005, 15th of April, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was welcomed with the proclamation message by the Mayor of St. Louis, Francis G. Slade. Here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the mass living enlightenment conventions in various parts of South India as well as all across the globe. We have here glimpses of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism giving the discourse on stress to de-stress in the Oklahoma Medical Baptist Center in the United States. In the years 2015 and 16 respectively, during the Grand Kumbh Mela festival held every 6 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the mass living enlightenment initiation, initiating thousands and thousands of people who gathered for the Kumbh Mela celebration, both in the Nasik Kumbh Mela in 2015 and the Ujjain Kumbh Mela following a year later in 2018. Here we can see the various coronations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The youngest, the first coronation happened to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was at the age of 10. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 233rd Guru Mahasanidanam of Kanchi Kailas Sarvanya Peetam. In the years following, in the year 2004, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamshi Surangi Sambrajya of the Suryavamsha lineage. In the following years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also coronated as the present 23rd Guru Mahasanidanam of Dharma Mukti Swarga Paramadina. In the year 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the present 293rd Guru Mahasanidanam of Kailas Sonata Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Peetam. In the year 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the present Mahamandaleshwar, which is the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akhada, which is the largest apex monastic order. In the years following, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar, which is the head of all spiritual leaders of the Atal Akhada, which is the ancient apex body of Hinduism. In the year 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders, pontiffs. We are now going to understand more about the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa. Kailasa is a macrocosmic, ancient Hindu enlightened civilizational nation whose vision is living enlightenment for all of humanity. Kailasa's mission is to revive and share with today's world the practical applications of the greater sciences of authentic Hinduism, including Hindu cosmic physics, Hindu alchemy, Hindu cosmology, Hindu biology, Hindu mathematics, the power manifestation science, and other sciences as revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. These sciences were once practiced freely in over 56 nations across the continent, but are now facing extinction due to the persecution which has been spread over a millennium. Here we are looking at the 108 different Sri Kailasa initiatives, which are a collection of 108 initiatives to support a variety of humanitarian services, which collectively allow for the creation of an enlightened, peaceful, sustainable, equitable, resilient, and thriving world. One of the 108 projects initiated by Sri Kailasa, which you're going to be looking at right now, is the No Hungry Home project offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for nutritious food and a hunger-free world. Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations, over the past 27 years, have served 1 billion meals. Every month, the Hindu ASMT community has organized more than 3 million annadans, which is the free organic meals served as per the tradition. These annadans were organized and served during the religious gatherings to everyone without discrimination. On normal days, up to 10,000 meals are served daily free of cost, and these numbers go up to 100,000 on festival days. Here we can see Kailasa's protective and preventive COVID care centers offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for affordable healthcare and holistic living. During the pandemic, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism converted his monastery campuses into a multi-layer quarantine facility free for all people, regardless of any difference in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, social economic status, or any other form of discrimination. Not only that, free food, shelter, medical services, and internet also were provided free of cost for an indefinite amount of time. Devotees continued and to stay there and be in the multi-layered quarantine facilities. More than 20 million citizens across the world of Kailasa followed the 28-day spiritual regimen given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here we can see Nithyananda Hindu University and Nithyananda Gurukul offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for education reform and development. The Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest Hindu university established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Nithyananda Hindu University has more than 20 million enrollments, 7,000 free courses, extended campuses in 150 different countries. The Nithyananda Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, on the 2nd of October 2006. The Nithyananda Gurukul is the revival of the ancient Adi Shaivite Guru disciple education system, which is an authentic knowledge transmission system based on the science of living enlightenment. Next, we have the Nithyananda Hindu Jnanalaya project, which is the library and Hinduismpedia offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for the protection of Hindu scriptures. The Nithyananda Hindu Jnanalaya project was established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to collect 1 million Hindu scriptures, while ensuring that knowledge is made accessible and shared free of cost to all, collecting and preserving 1 billion books on Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored more than 10,000 books in 3 different languages, which have been translated into 50 other different languages, has published more than 10,000 articles, and has given more than 10,000 hours of free discourses with a combined view of 1 billion. Kailasa's Hinduismpedia is a collection of more than 15 terabyte of digital books and rare manuscripts by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from all the 19 Sarvingapitams, ancient mutts, and ashrams. More than 1 billion pages on Hinduism have been collected, more than 22,000 digital books, 1,000 textbooks, and 100,000 articles on various topics of Hinduism. Here we can see the Confluence for World Peace offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for global peace and religious harmony. In the year 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together the space and feeling connection of oneness and to promote feeling connection among the people. During the walk, health camps were conducted along its path in various villages and other towns and rural areas which went through the peace walk. As you can see here, there are thousands and thousands of devotees going through the peace walk along with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your 3 eyes.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. The next Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations initiative, which we are looking at right now, is for feminine empowerment and gender equality. One of the many offerings and programs which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched for the sake of feminine empowerment and gender equality is Kailasa's Yogini Sarvingyapeetham, which has established the yoga and meditation universities to empower the quality of life and emphasis on life solutions through Vedas and Agamas, empowering the indigenous rural women, fighting against wrongful gender stereotyping, gender-based violence, and lack of inclusive and quality learning environments. Some of these initiatives includes the Kailasa's Nithyananda Lakshmi project, which is a microfinancing service, Kailasa's Women Foundation and Women Empowerment Self-Help Centers, which have been launched in 108 different places around the world since the year 2009. Kailasa's Ankito program, which is the providing a foundational literacy about the working of basic community services and infrastructural establishments. Kailasa's Ashraya program, providing vocational training programs to rural and indigenous women, provide equal opportunities and access to independent, self-sufficient financial environments to them. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the Vedic feminism in Kailasa, where more than 80% of the leadership positions are occupied by women in Kailasa. Here we're looking at the various offerings and contributions done by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Yoga, offering the Nithyananda Yoga. One of the many offerings of the Nithyananda Yoga is the Nithyananda Kriyas, which are 108 scientifically validated Kriyas revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, specifically targeting the 108 major diseases and disorders such as diabetes, arthritis, blood pressure, rheumatism, and more. Not only that, but the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient traditional forms of yoga, such as the Shivastamba Yoga and Rajju Yoga, which is the pole and rope yoga respectively, in which yogic asanas, postures, and weight balancing techniques are performed to create the yogic physiology, aligning it to the cosmic geometry that manifests superconscious powers. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also received 2 Guinness World Records for the largest rope yoga, which is the Shivastamba, for the largest rope yoga, which is the Kundalini Raju Yoga, and the largest pole yoga, which is the Shivastamba Yoga classes, bringing worldwide attention to these extraordinary forms of yoga. These world records were received by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 30th of September and 3rd of October, respectively. Despite being heavily persecuted continuously for more than a decade, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in his unwavering intention, commitment, and action, the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, to protect, life, and preserve Hinduism, the most ancient, most peaceful, demonstrable system that shows the possibility of peaceful coexistence amongst people. Here we are looking at one of the most historic moments in the history of Sri Kailasa, where Kailasa, the first nation of Hindus, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spoke on behalf of the 2 billion global Hindu diaspora at the 14th session of the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues. A significant milestone in the history of Hindus and the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa happened on the 2nd of December 2001. His Sri Nithyananda Priyananda, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Kailasa, represented the persecution of Hindus at the 14th section of the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues. The theme of the forum was conflict prevention and the protection of human rights of minorities. This was the first time the plight of persecuted Hindu minorities was represented in the United Nations. The ongoing and systematic generational attacks on Hindu indigenous traditions were highlighted as a part of this meeting. Here we can see the various torture and murder attempts by the state and non-state actors. On the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism alone, more than 70 assassination attempts and physical attacks have happened in India and abroad. 40 attacks on community members, destruction of monasteries and temples, over 60 incidences of rapes, attacks, and molestation of women and women monks. 100 false legal cases, all but one are dismissed. Entire government mechanism, politically owned media, police, and judiciary controlled by politicians, as well as the incitation of mob violence through the social media. These are all just but glimpses of the various attacks and the illegal persecution the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gone through for more than a decade to prevent the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from fulfilling his avataric mission. Despite all the illegal attacks and harassments and persecution done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the only Hindu nation, Kailasa, for all of us, for all us Hindus, to practice and live this great Sanatana Hindu Dharma freely without any obstacles. In this next segment, we're going to be learning more about the power manifestation science, which is one of the most important contributions given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the whole world to raise the conscious level of humanity to a super conscious level. In the next segment, we're going to be looking at the Shastra Pramana, which is the scriptural reference for these power manifestation powers, as well as a live demonstration of the power of third eye and consciousness over matter. So stay tuned. We'll be back with you after a short break.
Understand, literally last 39 years from the age of 5, whatever Paramashivam manifested through teaching, speaking, writing, every way, condensing the whole thing and presenting it to you all as experientially in these 21 days through this Jnana Charya, Jnana Kriya, Jnana Yoga, Jnana is Mahaparamashivoham. Lifestyle for just Paramashivam. Rituals to be just Paramashiva. Yoga for just being Paramashiva. Jnana just Paramashiva. Paramashivoham is like literally the
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the viewers watching us live on our social media platforms, and we are now going to enter into the beautiful session of understanding what is power manifestation and how power manifestation science can help us in various fields of our life, and how we are going to be manifesting Paramashiva in our life. So now we're going to have a short introduction before going into the demo, where we're going to be seeing various aspects of power manifestation, like how it is useful in our life, and what are the difference between the Shaktis and the Siddhis, and what is the science actually behind manifesting Shaktis. So, in the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every hardwired to manifest the 463 plus of Paramashiva. Manifesting powers are described in an elaborate, systematic way in the Vedagamas to give humans the opportunity to access the various possibilities and powers and the other states of consciousness which are given in us. Manifesting Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are Paramashiva, you are divinity, and not the cognition that you need to reach divinity. So now we're going to be understanding the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. What is Shaktis and what is Siddhis? Shaktis are the powers that manifest from the space of enlightenment and from the space of Paramashivoham, whereas the Siddhis manifest from tapas or penance. When you do penance, heartful penance, that time the Siddhis manifest. Then there's the Shaktis, which are which from the source of enlightenment. Only through the direct initiation of the Guru, when the Guru initiates, when the living incarnation initiates, the Shaktis manifest, whereas the Siddhis manifest on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva are permanent, whereas the Siddhis are not permanent, they don't stay with you and they divert you from enlightenment. Now we are going to be seeing the various ways the powers are validated and foolproofed in the Vedagamas. So here we have four different methods, four different levels of verification that the powers go through, that this science has gone through for thousands of years now before being given to us. First is the Shastra Pramana. What Paramashiva has directly revealed in the Vedas and Agamas is the Shastra Pramana. Then we have the Apta Pramana, which is the experiences of the various rishis, incarnations, enlightened masters who have come before us from the time of Veda Vyasa till the time of the recent most masters like Maharishi Mahayogi or Paramahamsa Yogananda or Aravindo or all these great masters, how they manifested so many powers to help people and bring the humanity to the next level. So this is the Apta Pramana. Then we have the Atma Pramana, where
the time-tested and verified experiences of the Supreme Point of Hinduism. After his own research on himself and experiencing those powers, he verifies the experiences and the powers with the Shastra Pramana and the Apta Pramana, and then gives it to us as his Atma Pramana. Then we have the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the scientific study on the powers. What science is able to derive from these powers, what science is able to understand, and what science is able to say that these powers, how science is able to say that these powers are real. Now we'll be seeing the source of the powers, how these powers actually really manifest. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality, cause which is self-effulgent, all-pervading, unchanged beyond time, space, form, and causality. As the fundamental manifest and unmanifest, he manifests the five actions which create this whole cosmos. Then there's a direct quote, the direct teaching from the Supreme Founder of Hinduism. The powerful cognition is the ultimate truth about the manifesting Shaktis is when any powerful cognition is mapped into our consciousness, in the sense when a powerful cognition is understood and digested by us, that time it manifests in everyone, through anyone, as the powers of Paramashiva. Now we are going to be seeing the detailed pramanas for each of the detailed scriptural references and other references which give us the details about each of the pramanas. So here we have the pramana for the power of third eye. And third eye is not just blindfold reading, but the ultimate and all powerful energy center that has been given to us by Paramashiva. Here we have the scriptural reference from a scripture called the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, a scripture which was directly given to Paramashiva Shakti, Parvati, by Paramashiva. Here in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, the 34th verse gives us the understanding about third eye. The verse goes, Kapalantar manonyasa tishtanmilita lochanaha kramena manaso dhadyat lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. Paramashiva says, by having the mind fixed in the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement and having the eyes in succession to the third eye, from that space and stability of the mind and the inner space, one attains the vision of the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, and is able to have the vision of any place or object anywhere, and he attains the space of with the source Paramashiva. So here we can see how a detailed step-by-step procedure has been detailed out by Paramashiva in this scripture. Next, we have the Apta Pramana, which is from the incarnations and various other masters who have come before us. Here we have the Apta Pramana from the Bhagavad Gita, which is the beautiful words of Bhagavan Shri Krishna, giving lots of powerful cognitions to Arjuna, and by giving it to Arjuna, he has given it to the whole world. So in that scripture, Arjuna requests Bhagavan Shri Krishna that Arjuna wanted to see the cosmic form of Bhagavan Shri Krishna. And Bhagavan Shri Krishna says, but you cannot see the cosmic form of mine with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you the divine vision of the third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. So this is the direct translation of the 8th verse of the 11th chapter, where Bhagavan Shri Krishna gives Arjuna the initiation into the third eye, and then Arjuna is able to see the cosmic form, and he details it out in the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. Then we have the Atma Pramana, the experience of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, how he was able to see and how he was able to manifest this experience. So he says in his own words that The first experience I had, I was able to see everything around me, above me, below me, the whole 360 degrees. And not only I was able to see, I was able to feel everything that was around me. So this is the direct words of the supreme point of Hinduism, and we can see how it is directly matching with the Shastra Pramana. Now we have the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the scientific study on the powers. What science has understood and discovered from this power manifestation. So they have done a direct study on the supreme point of Hinduism, and when they did that, they were able to see high amount of energy being radiated from the frontal lobe, in the middle of the frontal lobe, which is the point where the third eye is. And the same readings have been replicated by various balasans and yogis who have manifested the same power after the initiation of the supreme point of Hinduism. Now we are going to be seeing the pramana for a power that from the space of the third eye, which is the power of consciousness over matter. So here we have the scriptural reference, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. क्वचिद् वस्तुनि विन्यस्य शनैष्टिं निवर्तयेत् तज्ज्ञानं चित्तसहितं देव्यो भवेत्. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, having one's eyes fixed on a particular object, one should slowly remove the gaze and the thoughts, the impressions, and any cognitions that he holds about that object. Then one abides in shunya, the state where there is nothing other than the object exists, the space of inclusiveness and infinity. So that is the beautiful meaning of the verse from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, where Paramashiva gives us a detailed step-by-step procedure on how to manifest these powers. So now I'll be manifesting this power. I have my Atmalinga here, and we're going to be manifesting the power of consciousness over matter, where I will be making the Atmalinga to stand without any external force being applied on this Atmalinga. So it will be in a horizontal position, and we will see the beautiful darshan of the Atmalinga standing up and becoming vertical. So this is the power that we are going to be manifesting. And now I'll be showing you in a close-up camera the Atmalinga and the whole setup that we have to manifest this power in the most authentic way. So now we'll be moving to that camera in a few minutes.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
So here you can see my Atmalinga, and you can see my hand. So here my hand is there, and then that's the Atmalinga. And I also have a tissue paper with me, and I'll be using that tissue paper to show even when the Atmalinga stands, there is no normal tissue paper. There's no ropes which are being tied to the Atmalinga. I'll be showing. So I'm just folding this like this. And when I place the Atmalinga on my hand and circle the Atmalinga, you can see that there is no movement which is happening in the Atmalinga except the shadow lightly. So that is showing the authenticity of this power. So I'm just going to keep this right here so that we can know that it is not due external. So now I have the Atmalinga here, and I'm going to be chanting the Mahavakya. And when I do that, we will see the beautiful darshan of the Atmalinga standing. So now all of us can also join me, all the viewers on our social media platforms can also join me in this beautiful manifestation. You can also chant the Mahavakya along me. And this is the best time you can use to create any reality that you want, whether it is health, wealth, or relationships, or anything that you want in particular detail also. When we manifest powers, directly Paramashiva flows through us and creates that powerful ecosystem for any desire to manifest into reality. So now we can enter into the manifestation. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 So now we have seen the beautiful Atmalinga moving.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
So now we have seen the Atmalinga move, and that is the direct manifestation of Paramashiva. When Paramashiva manifests through us, he manifests through these kind of Shaktis because he wants to show that to the humanity, and he wants to make us understand that he is really there, and it's not just some kind of mythological story of us thinking about some kind of God who is there somewhere. He is there right with us, and He is supporting us in every single way. When we allow Him to manifest through us, automatically every desire that we want automatically manifests because it is Him flowing through us. When we make the barriers around the powerful space that we have, and we start thinking that we are doing it, and when things don't happen, it is us, that time we need to drop that, because only when we allow Paramashiva to flow through us, that time we can manifest a better reality for us. So now we'll be moving to the next segment of this program, where we'll be seeing a beautiful collection of videos which will be giving us more powerful cognitions. So now we're going to be understanding the dimensions of Paramashiva. So this is the most relevant topic. You may think that you want to know more about how to create wealth, how to create relationships. But we always forget the fundamental understanding that only when we are in the space of Paramashivoham, really we can manifest well. Otherwise, it's like a lottery that happens in our life. When we are in a good space, something happens and that's all. But only when we understand and learn to create a strong reality which can manifest the way we want, that time we can create a better future for us. So now we're going to be understanding the various dimensions of Paramashiva and how directly it can be useful and implemented in our life. So now let's all sit with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Most importantly, take notes of all these. Every day we are having these kind of sessions. Just a glimpse from the Paramashivoham program, which is happening in a very full-fledged way. But this is just a glimpse for all of you. So make sure that you take notes of all of these beautiful satsangs that have been grouped together, and it will become a powerful cognition bank which will serve of need. So make sure that you take notes of all of this. And now let us enter into the video.
Static matter. All of you know what is static matter. This pillar on which you are sitting. Floor on which you are sitting. Things around you. Static matter, all that is a static matter. Vibrant activity, dynamic activity. That is like electricity, electron, proton, neutron movements. Ordinary electricity connection to this microphone, to atomic explosion. All this are dynamic activity. Listen. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence. There is a part of you which exists not as a static matter, not as just dynamic activity, but as a strategist who can think, who can visualize, who can inspire, who can take decisions, who has choices, who is alive. That component of you is strategic existence. Listen. Static matter, jata. In Sanskrit it is called jata. Vibrant activity, dynamic activity. In Sanskrit we call it Shakti. Even dynamic activity is not independent intelligence. No. It has no independent intelligence. The electricity which comes in this microphone, if you mishandle it, it will shock you. It has no intelligence. Oh, Swamiji is my boss, I should not touch him. No. It has no independent intelligence. Dynamic activity, strategic existence. There is a part in you which makes decisions, strategies, which are all the whys. Why you sit on the floor, why you sit on the chair. There are so many whys you go on deciding for your existence. How many of you understand that? Which goes on strategizing in you. static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence. Existence of you which goes on strategizing. You go on strategize based on what you perceive as you. Yes, please listen. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence. Usually all of you feel these three are different. Am I right? Now I am declaring one of the most sacred secret, important truth. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence. Jata, Shakti, Shivam. All these three are one and the same. There is no boundary, there is no border between these three. Listen. Because now I am going to make you live it. Understand, all power manifestation is just to confirm the highest cognitions have become part of your life. Higher and higher cognitions become your driving force. You raise your plane of existence. Highest oneness. Highest oneness. When it becomes your cognition, your plane of existence is Kailasa. The strategic existence which is in you wrongly believes in delusion. The dynamic activity and the static matter is not in your control, which is a lie. The belief you are carrying is a big lie told to you by human beings. Truth from source of your existence, which I am bringing you to now, your strategic existence is capable of experiencing the reality. The reality is your strategic existence, dynamic activity, and static matter has no border, has no boundary. It is in oneness. Now I am going to make you manifest 21 powers. Just to make you understand the multi-dimensions of this truth. Listen. Listen carefully. This, the part of the truth I am sharing with you, this part is called Sattva Tattva. The unit of purity. This is a chapter, Sattva Tattva. Mahadeva reveals in Agama. Let me repeat once more. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence has no boundary. So if your strategic existence decides something, declares something, dynamic activity and static matter obeys literally, simply. Next statement. You do not need to spend your whole life logically to come to this conclusion. If you decide, Swamiji has come to that conclusion, he will teach me only right thing. Let me declare, this is my cognition, and that declaration is enough for me to help you to manifest the powers related to this truth. When you start manifesting powers, you will understand it is not just Swamiji's conclusion, it is now your own conclusion. Till I sign the check and put the money in your account only, it is my money. Once I put it in your account, it is your money now. Same way, till it is my conclusion and not yours only, you need to depend on my cognition, not manifesting powers and understanding. Now it is your cognition. Now it is your conclusion. Now it is your way of existence. How many of you are understanding? That's all. This part of the Agama is called Sattva. How many of you are able to cognize static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence as no border? It is all oneness. Wonderful. Listen. The preliminary power manifestation you are going through now, Mahadeva very clearly says it's a preliminary. Sattva Tattva means, please listen, I am repeating the introduction, the word I used, Sattva Tattva, unit of high energy. Sattva, see, we function through three energies. Pure high energy, fused restlessness, dullness. So the pure high energy unit, when it is increased in you, the first response happens in you is preliminary power manifestation. See, it is intense sattva I am radiating. Understand that. Now what you are doing is a preliminary power manifestation. Only if you are settled with this cognition, I can push you to the higher level. See, this preliminary power manifestation need to bring you to the conclusion of static matter, dynamic activity. See, static matter means a small stone in your kidney to the Everest mountain. Everything is static matter. Dynamic activity, water flowing in your bathroom tap to the atomic explosion. Everything is dynamic activity. Strategic existence, your ability to generate a will is what I call strategic existence. Your existence which goes on strategizing. How many of you are understanding all these three? See, listen. This three is separate, is the ignorance. Even the modern day science is trying to catch up with this truth. Science is the most fanatic religion. promoted on the planet Earth. Ignorant, fanatic religion promoted on the planet Earth is science, modern day science. Again and again and again, when you decide to cognize, please understand, your will has too much power beyond your expectation. Just put the will on this cognition with all strategically declare. Dynamic activity, static matter is my extension. There is no boundary. I can do what I want with it. I am the ultimate over both. Understand? Now the truth I declared to you all, you can paraphrase multiple understandings which comes out of this cognition. That is the source of power manifestation. This is the logic of power manifestation. All of you understand? So the essence of this session, static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, is one and the same. My strategic existence has power over everything. It may be repetitive, but please put this again as a status. This as your status. This is your state. This is your real status. Understand, your faith, your belief, everything is shallow. Everything is shallow. I am not at all asking your faith or belief. Work with it. I am giving you some of the cosmic conclusions. I am going to give you some of the cosmic conclusions about you, which is reality. You see, if I decide this conclusion, how I am functioning. If I decide my own conclusions, how I am functioning. See, just pour petrol in your vehicle and see how it is functioning. Pour your garbage or the sewage water and see how it is functioning. That's all. I am very clear. It's a science. Decide. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence has no border. It is one and the same. With this understanding, this moment, I am commanding. Let things happen as I want. Decide and see how things work. Power manifestation is nothing but I am giving you 21 types of way to taste the sugar. I have given you full pot full of honey. You can put your hand, right hand and lick, or left hand and lick, or pour on your mouth and drink. These are 21 methods to taste the honey. Honey is the sacred secret, that cognition, highest cognition. Power manifestation is just to taste that honey, to come to that conclusion. Understand, much of your faith, belief, all these are silly conversations with yourself and with others. I neither believe your faith. I don't believe your belief. I am very clear. Come to conclusions. Understand, every moment you are driven by certain conclusions. You apply your own conclusions and see how the machine functions. You apply the conclusions I am giving and see how the machine functions. That's all. See, you are like this hardware. What kind of a software you download, that decides the quality of you. You can download, the software decides the quality of what it is going to perform. Same way, you can have your own software, I have no problem. You can try my software, that's all. So there is no belief, faith involved. The whole process involves integrity. The whole process involves integrity, not faith or belief. Integrity to the conclusion. Understand, whatever sampradayas in Hindu tradition, whether the spiritual practices meant for Krama Brahmacharis, Naishtika Brahmacharis, Rudras, Rudraganyas, Rishi, Rishikas, Yogi, Yoginis, Bhairava, Bhairavis, everything is aimed only to raise you to vertical time zones and reach you ultimately to the space of Paramashiva Kailasa. It may look as simple as applying sacred ash on your forehead, or as difficult as you think practicing absolute asteya aparigraha, non-stealing and non-possessiveness, living with minimal things and brahmacharya and satya, absolute integrity. All these great vows. Understand, actually these great vows are not like a forced rules. They are actually the great powers revealed from Kailasa. If you understand and internalize the powerful cognitions. For example, one of the greatest truth from Kailasa, static matter strategic existence, vibrant energy, all these three is one and the same. Carefully listen. Static matter, vibrant energy, strategic existence. All these three does not have a wall, boundary, watertight compartment, sealed, separate existence. It is one and the same. If you internalize this powerful cognition and start meditating on it, you will see, you will start manifesting powers, because all these three is separate because of your false cognition, false belief. Once you lift the false belief, it is like a bamboo floating in the Ganga. If you are looking short, small part of the Ganga, like if you take a close-up shot, it will look like Ganga is divided by the bamboo. If you go for a long shot, you will realize Ganga can never be divided by the bamboo. If you think static matter, vibrant energy, strategic existence is separate. You are like a blinded person who has a small vision. You are seeing the existence with a close-up. You don't have a larger vision. You are looking at the Ganga in a close-up view. You feel Ganga is divided by bamboo. If you wake up and see the long shot, you will understand bamboo itself is floating on the Ganga. How can that divide Ganga? Waking up to that higher realizations is what I call powerful cognitions. Internalizing powerful cognitions. Static matter, vibrant energy, strategic existence is not separated, divided by any bamboo. If you feel static matter, vibrant energy, strategic existence is divided, you are deluded, you are seeing the bamboos floating, and you feel the bamboos are dividing the Ganga. No. Wake up and see from the larger vision. You will understand all the three are one and the same. Static matter, vibrant energy, strategic existence is one and the same, and the bamboos are floating on the Ganga. They can never divide Ganga. Your beliefs and ideas are floating on this Paramashiva. They can never divide Paramashiva. Waking up to the higher reality is what I call internalizing powerful cognition.
I'll just finish the whole thing in 2-3 statements. You are a hardware, this body. And thus there is a software, the programming, which operates this body. There is an electricity connection. Now, the software with which you were operating and the electricity, these two is completely screwed up. That is when the hardware also started getting destroyed. I am doing two things. One, again and again putting the powerful software. See, every powerful cognition I am giving you. When I say this static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence is one and the same. And immediately, till you get into your old stupid screwed software, you will not have doubt. For a few minutes, because of my face value, I think this fellow must be telling only for my good. Some reason, it will be there as alive memory. Those few minutes when you decide to use that as your software, my superconsciousness, my electricity connects with you. Not the regular electricity with which you are working, bioenergy. No, Sadashiva's bioenergy. Who gave me the experience, an authority to transmit this experience, his bioenergy just enters into you. Once you start seeing that moving, once 21 times you move, then this software cannot be taken out of your software. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? Understand? That's
Nithyananda, everyone. We're back. Beautifully, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism expanded on the identity, the cognition we are to carry, the identity you carry in the waking state, identity you carry in the deep sleep state, identity you carry in the dream state, the identity you carry in the Turyatita state, an identity you experience in the Turyatita state. In all the 25 states of consciousness, each identity is independent. The identity, the cognition, which for which you think about yourself now, is different from the cognition you have about yourself when you are sleeping, when you are in the dream state, and when you are in the Turyatita state. All these cognitions are different identities, different cognitions you have about yourself. Let us now pen down what are the various cognitions, identities which we carry in each of the four states of consciousness. Please take a few minutes to sit and do this exercise sincerely, penning down each identity we carry in each state of consciousness that we exist in. What you think about yourself, what you carry about yourself when you're awake, what you carry about yourself when you are in the swapna or the dream state, what you carry about yourself when you are in the deep sleep state, and when you are in the Turyatita state. Take a few minutes now and identify the identities which you carry about yourself in these various states of consciousness. Allow it to happen. Allow these few moments for you to give to yourself. It is through these internalization exercise, through these various different powerful cognitions, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism helps us to raise to his conscious level, to vibrate in the same frequency his mirror neurons are vibrating. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism mirrors the neurons of the highest states of consciousness, of the highest states of reality. And when we see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in those states as the Bhava Samadhi, in the Bhava Samadhi of these higher realities and higher states of consciousness, we manifest all these. We ourselves raise our neuron level, raise the level and the existential consciousness we are living in to that of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
I welcome you all with my love and response. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Yes, I'd like to sincerely apologize for the technical glitch. As I was saying earlier, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism mentioned this many times. We give time for everyone in our life, for job, for our household, for our various friends and families, for our extended families, but we never give time for ourselves.
time for us to look in our own lives, time for us to reflect upon our own actions, on our behavior, and from our coming and lighting, leading all our decisions to thought currents, to patterns. So allow this few minutes now. Exercise will take a maximum of 15 to 20 minutes. Give your full intention, awareness, focus, and intensity. Whatever else may be the other distractions, put them aside in a way for just 20 minutes. Pick up a pen. Sincerely identify all what you carry. What you take attention. What is the identity you have about the way? What is the identity of which you carry? What is the identity you carry up in the deep state? And finally, the identity you carry about yourself in the Turyatita state. Pen down all the different identities you carry in these various states. Once you have finished that, we can move into step. The moment you realize the undercurrent of all these 25 identities, you are pure consciousness, which is the source of you and of Paramashivam. All the 25 heads, 25 identities, all the 25 heads, all the 25 identities gets integrated. That is why Paramashiva is also always described with 25 heads. Means he who has realized his 25 identities is in oneness with the source consciousness, pure Paramashiva, ultimate. As long as your identities play separate game without getting integrated to the source, you continue to remain in suffering. We are now going to be entering into the second step of this process, which is reflecting the undercurrent of these identities that you carry in each state of consciousness. Integrate the source of these identities as Paramashiva. You have identified not just 4 identities which you may be carrying about yourself during the major 4 states of our consciousness, which we as humans are able to interpret and able to understand. It is now time to just take a few moments and reflect upon what we have already discovered about ourselves and realize that the undercurrent of these identities that we carry is the state of consciousness. Integrate the source of these identities as Paramashiva. So this is a realization which we all need to come to, which we all need to understand and realize about ourselves. For us to start manifesting the ultimate reality, to start manifesting the ultimate state and space of Paramashiva in our beings. So now, please take a few moments and reflect the undercurrent of all these identities as you carry in each state of consciousness. Reflect as how you were consciousness in all of these identities. Yes. By now, the conscious decision and the conscious reflection should have happened where you understood and come to the realization that in any space, in any reality, in any dimension of yourself, however different you may cognize it to be different from another dimension of yourself in another reality, another space of you, the underlying thought current is the superconscious energy. That is our fundamental state of existence, our fundamental state of reality. And Supreme Founder of Hinduism is awakening our superconscious energy to vibrate in the same frequency of his own, and that is the state of Paramashivatva. The Paramashivam program, starting on February 9th and ranging till ending on February 28th, the whole purpose of this program is to help you realize your Paramashivatva, help you realize that you and Paramashiva are nothing but one and the same. You and Swamiji are nothing but one and the same. It is to give this understanding, this experience to all of you. Swamiji is conducting this program time and time again. All the exercises, all the understandings, all the satsangs we are watching are nothing more than giving our mind, giving us the intellectual understanding, cognition, and realization about these greater and higher truths. It is only in the Paramashivam program where all these higher existential become our existential reality, will become our personal experience. And so that is why again and again we continuously reiterate that there is nothing like the Paramashivam program. There is nothing else which can give you that same experience. Actually, and if you just go through the various testimonies given by devotees who have attended the Paramashivam program, you will see the immense transformation which can be given, which the Supreme Founder of Hinduism gives to each and every one on a personal level. All the powerful cognitions, all the ideas which you are hearing now through these various satsangs and through these various exercises which you are internalizing and understanding, all of these becomes your experience during the program. Supreme Founder of Hinduism, over the span of 21 days, attends to each and every part of your life, attends to each and every aspect of your life, and ensures that completion is the only thing which is the driving force of your life. The completion is from this space of completion, all the decisions which your life will be taken, and everything you do out of completion can actually reflect and make the whole life around you so blissful and complete. And so without further ado, the Paramashivam registration link will be projected below us, and as well as the QR code, where you can directly scan the QR code which will lead you and you can register for the Paramashivam program. Over the past couple of weeks, we have gone through and seen many different forms of Paramashiva, the different Leelas Paramashiva has assumed, as well as the Bhava Samadhi Darshans, which the Supreme Founder of Hinduism gives in the form of these various different Leelas. All of these are nothing but different ways, methods, and techniques to raise your consciousness for you to realize ultimately that you are Paramashiva, you are Swamiji, you and him are one and the same. The whole fundamental cognition, the whole fundamental purpose of Hinduism is to make you understand, for you to have the experience that you and the divine are same. Today, throughout the session, we learned many things about the powerful cognitions, about the power manifestation science, and about this space's existential reality of Paramashiva. In the further segments leading up to the ultimate darshan of the Supreme Founder of Hinduism, as the Chandrasekhara Murthy, we are going to be seeing the next segment of this program, which is causing your reality for you to manifest all the different dimensions and aspects of your life. So without further ado, please stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break.
Since the beginning of time and space, Bhagwan Paramashiva, the all-powerful, all-pervasive, and all-knowing ultimate superconscious existence revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, the truths about himself and the manifested universe and its multidimensional and simultaneously existing dimensions and worlds, also known as parallel universes or vertical time zones.
The Kala Tattva, which gives rise to the knowledge of various time zones and parallel universes such as Truti and others, is originated by Ananteshwara from the impure Maya.
Bhagwan Paramashiva mentions that as we experience the various higher states of consciousness, we simultaneously experience the various time zones associated with them. We get transported to the parallel universes and experience the other dimensions of our own existence, of our own personality.
Listen. Subarloka is all about stable bliss, absolute health and stable bliss. Maharloka is all about the highest peak possibilities. Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Tapa Loka is that last struggle you go through. Sometimes you know you are Paramashiva, sometimes you just slip off, but again you say, I am Paramashiva. That space is the Tapoloka, an absolute surrender. Whether I am remembering, I am manifesting Paramashivatva, or I am deluded, I surrender both to Paramashiva. When you take that decision, you are lifted to Brahmaloka. You move to the Brahmaloka. The deep surrender lifts you to
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam. I welcome all the participants and the viewers in all our social media platforms joining us from 175 countries to this most blissful, most divine, the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Vaidyeshwara, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, manifesting the various 64 manifestations of Paramashiva. I'm sure all the viewers and participants are having an amazing time just receiving these darshans, the most extraordinary experience where we can mirror the superconsciousness in our inner space. And these blissful darshans manifested through the Swamiji is one amongst the many, many, many precious gifts that Swamiji has given to the whole world. And as we are getting ready to receive the darshan, this segment is going to focus on one such precious gift that Swamiji has given to this world, which is Sarvanya Pita. As the scripture beautifully goes by sharing that whenever there is a decline in dharma, whenever there is a decline, whenever there is a persecution that is happening to one of the three wings of Hinduism, whether it is in terms of the infrastructure, Hindu infrastructure, which is the temples, or it is in terms of language, Sanskrit or Tamil, or it is in the form of scriptures. When any of these three pillars undergo persecution, the very embodiment of cosmos, Paramashiva, descends in the human form. Today, we have Paramashiva descended in the human form as the 1008th incarnation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, to revive the Hinduism back to its original glory. The Sarvanya Pita is the infrastructure which is revived, which is established to revive the ancient Hindu wings and pillars of Hinduism with the grace and blessings of Avatar. And today, Swamiji is reviving Hinduism in all its glory for the last 30 years. Every single aspect of Hinduism, Swamiji has revived, made it user-friendly, and providing Hinduism as the solution for all the global problems today. Hinduism is provided as the solution for all the global problems today by Swamiji. Today, Kailasa stands as the first nation for Hindus and an exemplary nation to the whole world, which has solution for every single global problem. Sarvanya Pita consolidates all the Hindu solutions, consolidates all the available scriptures into meaningful Hindu solutions and presents this to the world. And this segment, we are going to see one of the most important contributions of Swamiji, which is to revive and preserve the Hindu scriptures, the very embodiment of Vedamata, the source of Paramashiva's vision for the whole of the humanity, how Swamiji has revived, how Swamiji has preserved and revived and made it user-friendly to one and all. This segment is all going to be about that. And in this segment, we are also going to have two amazing speakers who are going to share their journey with Swamiji and how Swamiji has empowered their lives and what and why Sarvanya Pita is so important to them. So with no further delay, let's get ready for the session. And I also would like to request all the viewers and participants to keep this session as interactive as possible. We're also going to be having the third eye scan for every single person who wants to manifest Sarvanya Pita. And throughout the session, if you have any queries or questions, or if you feel something needs to be called out, please feel free to post them in the chat and also in the MPSM group. The QR code is being flashed on the screen, so you can take a few moments to scan the QR code and post your comments and feedback on the screen. So with no further delay, let's start the session. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the oldest living civilization on the planet Earth. More than 60,000 years, this civilization flourished in the planet Earth, and the glorious civilization has got more than 100 million source scriptures. Vedas and Agamas are called as the source scriptures because they are the very voice of Paramashiva. So, Paramashiva has revealed more than 100 million source scriptures. And each of these scriptures gives rise to a religion itself, a sampradaya, a tradition itself. So, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not a single religion, it is a pantheon of multiple sampradayas. Thousands and thousands of sampradayas and traditions come together under the umbrella of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And Swamiji is the Supreme Pontiff of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, being the emperor and being the Guru Mahasanidhanam of 21 ancient Hindu kingdoms, reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma to all its original glory in all its traditions and sampradayas. And what we are seeing here is a beautiful classification of the Hindu scriptures. I would like to really call out that this is one of the most important contributions of Swamiji, because there is not a single place in this world where you can see the Hindu scriptures being classified. Always, if you go to any library, it is always Hindu books. It is never classified into certain segments. This is the most important contribution of Swamiji because he, as an avatar, is able to conceive the whole volume of source scriptures. The very important contribution of Swamiji in this field is classification of Hindu scriptures. So what you're seeing here is the broad classification that Swamiji has given. It is a very broad classification of the Hindu scriptures, and which includes Shruti, Smriti, Itihasa, Purana, Agama, and Darshana. And further, Shrutis are classified as Vedas, Upavedas, Vedangas, Shruti, and Smriti as Manusmriti and various other 18 Smritis, Puranas, 18 Mahapuranas, and Agamas, that has so many Agamas, including the Vaishnava Agama, Shaiva Agama, Shakta Agama, etc. Darshanas, which includes Purva Mimamsa, Uttara Mimamsa. So the very source of Hinduism is huge number of scriptures, 100 million scriptures. And there is not a single person in this world today to even understand how do we even classify these scriptures. Swamiji is the first person to give this broad understanding of how our scriptures are laid out and what is the very classification of all of the scriptures. So this is one of the most important contributions of Swamiji in the field of scriptures. So I would like to call this out because it is so important for us to understand the depth of the Hindu scriptures and how the scriptures can be further classified. If you take Vedas, there are about 10,600 verses. Agamas, 28 main Agamas are there. 202 Upagamas are there. And just in Kamika Agama, if you take, for example, 100 crores and crores of verses are there. So what we have today, it is 0.1% of the entire Kamika Agama. Kamika Agama lays out the whole paddhati of enlightened lifestyle. And Paramashiva has actually revealed crores and crores of verses, but what we have today is definitely 0.1% of what Paramashiva has revealed. So, and there are about 18 Mahapuranas, Upapuranas, and in each of these Puranas, there are more than lakhs and lakhs of verses. So, we have now seen the huge wealth, intellectual wealth that Hinduism has got. So much Paramashiva has revealed as manuals for enlightened living style. Now, where did all of this go? Do we have 100 million source scriptures in our hands? The answer is no. Once upon a time, all of this 100 million source scriptures used to be housed in 13,000 Hindu universities. And 1 lakh gurukuls used to be the outlets where these source scriptures were revived, source scriptures were put into practice and applied in every field of life. Now, we don't have this 13,000 Hindu universities. In fact, the only Hindu university that is there in this world is the one that Swamiji has given through Kailasa. So, the destruction of this 13,000 Hindu universities gave rise to most important problem that the current world is facing, because we don't have the authentic Hindu scriptures in our hand. Whatever is available is only 10 million Hindu scriptures. Out of 100 million source scriptures, we have only 10 million source Hindu scriptures. Even in this 10 million Hindu scriptures that is available, nothing is left in the hands of authentic Hindus. All of this source scriptures, whatever is available today, is grabbed by the Oriental institutes who are trying to make money to patent this rich knowledge that Paramashiva has given, which is completely hidden from the eyes of the mankind. What Swamiji is doing is reviving, giving life to this available 10 million Hindu scriptures, and the remaining 90 million Hindu scriptures. How is it going to come out? It is through the science of power manifestation. Swamiji's every single initiation towards the superconscious mutation. For example, last 1 year, Swamiji has empowered the humanity with his superconscious mutation science. It is all about downloading the entire knowledge from cosmos. The remaining 90 million source scriptures, Swamiji is going to revive by awakening the DNA, God DNA, in each and every of the Kailashians and Gurukul Balasans. And through this, he is going to revive and restore the 90 million source scriptures that is destroyed by the Hindus. So, burning of Hindu libraries has been a customary practice for all the anti-Hindus, because the most ancient Nalanda Hindu University was completely burnt. In fact, the burning happened for more than 6 months. Same way, the Jaffna Hindu Library was completely burnt, which gave rise to the civil war in Sri Lanka. And even the Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library in 2010, back in Bidadi, was completely burnt, which was the starting point of the cultural genocide. So every time we want to destroy a community, every time we want to destroy a flourishing Hindu civilization, anti-Hindu elements use burning of libraries as one of the important tools to destroy the intellectual wealth that they all carry. So what you're seeing here is almost 100% of all the Hindu universities are destroyed. 8 major libraries, including Nalanda, Takshashila, Vikramashila, and millions of books are all destroyed. There are more than 2 million temples in India, but not with the library. This is one of the most important aspects I would like to highlight, because as per Shilpa Shastra, as per the Shastras of every temple in a third prakara should house a library. And I'm sure there are thousands and thousands of temples which are built as per agamas. But now you can actually find there is not a single temple with a library. That's mainly because the anti-Hindus systematically destroyed the library from the temple. And what we have as library is only available in the mutts or adinams, and thousands of mutts and adinams are destroyed and or poorly maintained, in fact. And the major collection of all the manuscripts that we have in our hand is in the Oriental institutes or the institutes funded by the foreign countries, and millions of source scriptures are all stolen by the invaders. What we have in Kailasa today is a revival of all of these scriptures, Swamiji to them. So by supporting Sarvanya Pita, you are supporting of bringing back life to. So I request everybody, whoever is feeling that yes, this is a very important cause, we need to bring the scriptures alive, because these scriptures are not just the scripture, they have the intellectual wealth. So many thousands and thousands of life solutions can be revived, brought back, and by which the humanity can benefit just by reviving the source scriptures. So if you feel that it is a very important cause and all of us should be part of it, I request everybody to sign up in sksjp.org/contribute. And let's take a few minutes for all the participants, viewers, even if you have signed up earlier, take this moment, take this call to sign up now and set the intention that let all of us manifest Sarvanya Pita by this Shivaratri. The Shivaratri is going to happen on 9th of February. So I request everybody to set the intention. We can all manifest Sarvanya Pita if you decide to become the Sarvanya Pita Yajaman by Shivaratri. So requesting everybody to sign up and set your intention. Swamiji beautifully shares, if you take one step, I will take million steps for you. So let us take this first step of signing up as Sarvanya Pita Yajaman, and Swamiji is going to bless us all to become the Yajaman by Shivaratri. So let's take a few minutes for all the participants out there to sign up and set your intention to become the Sarvanya Pita Yajaman.
Kailasa nation is the most ancient enlightened civilization, Hindu civilizational nation. There were 49 ancient civilizations, the pre-Bronze Age. The only civilization still alive is Hinduism. This nation, Kailasa, I created as a seed bank for Hinduism to keep everything related to Hinduism alive and revive and share with the world. With the grace of Paramashiva, with the blessings of Paramashiva, Kailasa has successfully happened. So the revival of ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation has happened with its own territory. As on now, we have territory more than one places. And we are also getting from few more countries, few more smaller islands and small territories. I am stitching all of it and forming United States of Kailasa. Soon I'll announce the location where all we have our territories.
at least in one place, the Hinduism need to be kept alive as it is, without being constantly attacked, persecuted, destroyed. I wanted all the living and practicing Hindus of the world to know Hinduism is the most peaceful, non-violent, contributing civilization. All over the world, we are minority. I want all the Hindus to know all over the world, other than India, Nepal, we are factually and actually minority. In Nepal and India, we are factually may not be minority, but actually we are minority. Hindus in Nepal and in India, number-wise may not be minority, means factually may not be minority, but actually minority. So fundamentally, Hindus are minority all over the world. At least in one place, we need to keep Hinduism alive. The Hindu enlightenment sciences like yoga, meditation, kriyas, temple rituals, Hindu architecture knowledge, all the Hindu way of healthy eating, Hindu medicine. In every field, the large knowledge our ancestors contributed to humanity need to be kept alive, preserved, made user-friendly and shared with the world. This is the sole purpose why Kailasa is born. To keep the grand narrative of Hinduism alive, I made this Kailasa. Kailasa has successfully happened. I sincerely wanted to thank all the Hindus all over the world for supporting me and making this Kailasa happen.
Yes, Kailasa has been successfully happening as Swamiji has announced this Vijaya Yatra starting of this year in Jayanti celebrations. Kailasa is going to be announced, and the whole of the public, whole of the humanity is going to experience Kailasa physically this year. So every single contribution of yours towards Sarvanyapita is going to be used towards a safe infrastructure that is needed for the nation to be opened for the whole of the humanity. So requesting everybody to make the decision now to become a Sarvanyapita Yajaman. Yes, you can, you may have the intention to manifest Sarvanyapita Yajaman. You may feel that, I can probably take a year or two to make this contribution. Yes, you can do all of that, but now, when you decide to manifest it now, when you decide to offer this contribution now, you are directly helping towards the sea infrastructure for the Mahakailasa to be open for the entire humanity. So requesting everybody to think about it, like when there is a need, when there is a very important cause that that is going to benefit millions and millions of people, then at that time your contribution will become significant and meaningful. So I request everybody to take this opportunity to sign up for Sarvanyapita, which is one of the most important contributions Swamiji to this whole world. And joining with us today, we have Ma Yoga Swarupini, Vasanta Vidyakaran from United Kingdom, who is going to join with us in this segment today. She has such powerful, sweet sharings of her journey with Swamiji and what is really inspiring her to manifest the Samayapita. So she's also manifesting and working towards manifesting the Samayapita. So she's going to share her journey with Swamiji and all her experiences with Swamiji. So it's my pleasure to welcome Ma Nitya Yoga Swarupini. Yes, Nithyanandam. Thank you so much, Ma, for joining with us today. And I'm sure all our viewers and participants are going to have amazing time just listening to your beautiful sharing and stories and your journey towards becoming a Sarangapita Yajman. So, firstly, would like to connect with you. And first question that I would want to ask is, how is that your whole family feels so connected to Swamiji's teachings? Almost every single darshan you guys don't miss it. What is really keeping all of you together in this journey of becoming Paramashiva with Swamiji?
Yes, the powerful cognition, Swamiji gave us, and since Swamiji's initiation, actually, I joined Swamiji's Inner Awakening program in 2015. Even before that, actually, I had a problem with my eldest daughter. She was
Yoga Swarupini, just a request, if you could be a little louder, please.
Okay, she was like Asperger's. She's coming under autistic, spectrum. So we had a lot of problem with her. I have 3 daughters, so it's actually disturbed all of us. Then I just suddenly I was listening once stayed. I couldn't do anything. I was listening Swamiji's satsangs that time. Before 2015. So he was talking about Isha Vasya Upanishad, and he said for a week just practice like I exist in everything, everything exists in me. So that is what Swamiji is teaching. So I thought I was practicing that, but I had actually problem with my eldest daughter a lot of time, and she get angry. I was driving in the car. She suddenly started to shout. She was coming from.
Sorry, Ma Yoga Swarupini, the audio is not so clear. You can just
Okay, I
increase
just
the audio.
I'm doing something. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Actually, yes, Swamiji told me to practice this. I exist in everything, everything exists in me. And I was practicing that, but at that time I was driving with my eldest daughter. She was shouting. Most of the time, if she shout, I can't drive. I have to stop the car and say, "Are you going to stop talking?" Or this is the way I do. But that day I thought, okay, Swamiji said to practice this one. So I was thinking, oh my God, Swamiji said I exist in everything. And then I'm not thinking I'm just even my daughter, I'm existing here. I always separated her because of the way she was getting angry with me and all those things. So I just think, oh my God, she's my extension. I didn't think about that, and I was thinking, okay, she exists in me, I exist in her. That's all I thought. I didn't say a word. She stopped shouting. So this was my first, powerful cognition from Swamiji. So
Wow.
then I thought, oh, I better go to Swamiji's Kalpadara program. I found out here. And then first question I asked that time, I'm not like now, that time I asked Swamiji, can you heal my daughter? He said, yes, through the phone actually, on the Kalpadara program. So I decided to go to another program. I went for one program here, and then with that program, she calmed down, in here. So actually, we planned to go to Greek island, all 5 of us that time. Swamiji's IA was, I gave the intention for Swamiji to, bless. That time I told my husband, I wanted to go, but we all booked it for the Greek island. What can I do? He said, okay, you all three go here. You both can go to Swamiji. So that's the way I went to Swamiji, because normally I don't spend money and I always very careful, I'm not very good, but my husband, he saw the difference in her within that one program, the 3 days program, and he decided to send us there, So within few weeks, within 1 week, I took all the visa and everything. I don't know how I went, this is everything miracle. I went there. When I was going there, I never take her on my own, I always go with my husband. So I have to go to Bombay, to Delhi, and then Delhi to Varanasi. The Delhi to Varanasi started to shout at me, she said, why, this is too much, I'm tired. I was thinking, oh, what can I do? I'm taking her for 21 days. And then I went into the flight, just get into the flight. Swamiji was there in there. So I don't know, he was just taking, flight from Delhi to Varanasi, same flight as me. And then I thought everything stopped. I was so calm down because I saw Swamiji. Swamiji didn't see me, he was reading something, but I saw Swamiji, so I was calm. And then I went there, and then Swamiji said, I'll heal you completely. Within that one IA, I completely changed, Swamiji's, initiation did a lot of transformation with both of us, And actually, Sai, when I came back, was hugging me, and then my husband, because she never ever, she always fight with me, and then my husband said, Swamiji did something, so he also believed Swamiji said. So that October we all went for the, I went for the volunteering, and my husband and Sai did the IA, and then you wouldn't believe, we wanted to go again, and then Nithyananda I went, and then again Kumbh Mela, like that. I was continuously, I wanted to go behind Swamiji, wherever Swamiji goes, That's the way everyone, even Nyanad was asking me, oh, you're here. Oh, Swamiji loves you, that's why you're here. Otherwise, I won't be, what he says,
That's beautiful, Ma. So before you add, such wonderful, memorable, beautiful moments of your journey with Swamiji, I also would like to welcome Ma Alpha Patel from USA. She is also beautiful moments of how Swamiji happened in our journey. It is with having Master guiding us all in this journey of exploring and seeing ourselves as Paramashiva. So I welcome Ma Alpha Patel to this show today. And Nithyananda. Great. Thank you so much for joining. And I really cannot wait to hear from you all the beautiful moments that you had with Swamiji, who made you to experience the real you. So I'd like to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ma. So I would probably say we became involved with Swamiji about 3 or 4 years back. And I am actually a pediatrician, and I had my own practice in Connecticut. I have been suffering for 20 years with chronic debilitating health issues. I've had more than 4 near-death issues. When I moved here to California from Connecticut, that was about 6 years back, my doctors has pretty much told me they didn't expect me to live past 50. Well, I'll be turning 52 next week. So there goes all the predictions by the doctors went by the wayside. My first experience with Swamiji was after a Guru Puja, and I have never been to an IA. I've actually never been able to travel to India because of my health, and I can travel very little. So all of my interactions with Swamiji have only been over the phone, or if I was lucky, via a Zoom video. And despite the long distance, my first experience with Swamiji, the very next day, I was in severe pain. Yet I had a 360-degree vision. I was able to predict that the rain was going to come in 10 minutes. I had levitation. And I would say since I've been in Swamiji's space, I've been able to come off of most of my medication. I do not go to the doctor. If anything, whenever I'm in severe pain or I have any issues, I just think of Swamiji, and he is just here. He's always with me, and he is always giving me strength. My entire family also believes in Swamiji and is our disciples, and they have been with me through all of my experiences and have seen the trauma, have seen the pain. And yet, despite everything, we have been able to transcend everything. And I tell people, although I still experience pain, I'm no longer suffering. And that's the first gift Swamiji gave me. He taught me to separate the pain from the suffering. He also has given us immense strength every time we have needed it. And I would say that our faith in him is unwavering. And I even tell and as a physician, my husband is a physician. So this is coming from two physicians. I would trust Swamiji over any doctor I go to. And I would much rather get healing from a disciple of Swamiji. And because I feel immediate strength. I feel immediate help. I feel immediate relief. Even by getting, help from Swamiji's healers. And as a physician, I can say he has made me even a better healer, because now I can help others on such a deeper length. I know I've been going on and on. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer it. But I mean, I cannot express even more. And we are now, we are SJP manifestors. And I would probably say that is one of my life's wishes, to become fully SJP and to be in Swamiji's space. And if there's one lesson I give to my children, they've seen me suffer, they've been with me in the hospital. They know that we're all hanging on by Swamiji's strength. And we are so indebted to him, and we could never thank him enough. And so all of you who are thinking about it, you will have immense cognitions. And as Shivratri is coming, I would say every Shivratri, since we have been in this space, I have had cognitions and I have had completions. And I always feel like I go up one rung of the ladder, that I'm in always a higher space every year.
Yes. That's so beautifully shared, really, Malva. When you said how Swamiji has given you life in terms of health is something so important and so dear to so many of us. And when with Swamiji's blessings, when you were able to manifest health, and the most profound thing, one of the things what you mentioned was every Shivaratri, all of us have a conscious breakthrough, right? And I really pray, Swamiji, that you will also, like all of us, be getting the conscious breakthrough and manifesting the SJP which you always wanted. And just want to know from you, what really inspired you to work on manifesting the Sapanya Gita?
I would probably say it was my husband first who wanted, us to become SJP. And again, because I'm no longer working, right? We always think about, okay, money is an issue, wealth is an issue. And it is, but just as you said, health is so much more important. And yes, Swamiji wants us to attain wealth too, because it can be a protector. It's an energy. We can use it for good, for humanity, for his mission. But at the same time, we have to understand we can never get to that space unless we first do something else. And that's to be in the space of an avatar, to be in the space of someone like Swamiji. That's beyond anything you can ever get in this material world. It is the ultimate for every soul to be in that space. So if you have to give everything to get there, give it, because what you will get is so much more valuable for everybody. And as a mother, I can say I know I'm giving my children so much more by making sure that they are in Swamiji's shadow. So becoming an SJP, you will have so many more cognitions, because it's like being in his space, being one step closer to him.
Yes, so beautifully said, Ma. Becoming a Sarvanyapita Yajaman is nothing but being an extension of Swamiji. You will just simply manifest his space. You will be an extension of him. So there is not anybody who actually manifests SJP just because they have money. It is really the space when they work on it, when they really transform and decide to become his very own extension. That is when the manifestation of SJP simply happens. So it is not just a contribution, a monetary contribution towards the mission, but rather having that conscious breakthrough, right? Really having that conscious breakthrough. Only through that conscious breakthrough will be able to manifest that wealth towards SGP. So everybody, all the manifestors, whoever has started their journey towards Sarvanyapita, everybody are actually consciously working on themselves. How they can manifest SJP is not just accumulating some wealth. It is about dropping the patterns. It is about dropping the karmas, and it is about manifesting powerful cognitions and powers. Only when we consciously transform, we are blessed to become the SJP. And the whole journey is completely supported by Swamiji and his grace and blessing. So I would like to welcome all the participants and viewers. Let us all take that conscious sankalpa, conscious resolution, that we all take this step towards SJP, a step towards becoming a Sarvanyapita Yajaman, towards this Shivaratri, and with Swamiji's grace and blessings, when we take that first step, Swamiji will make the entire thing happen for us. The conscious breakthrough that all of us want to have, Swamiji beautifully shared in one of the discourses that when we change the battlefield, we will see that we are having a whole new set of possibilities. So becoming an SJP is all about changing the battlefield that we are in. Instead of struggling to overcome one or two patterns, we can have a conscious breakthrough when we decide to become an SJP, and all it requires is starting your journey today. So I request everybody to make that conscious resolution that we can all decide to start our journey today. And Malpa, like you beautifully shared, I just wanted to ask one more question, like towards this manifestation, right? You've been working towards manifesting SJP. What is the transformation that you're experiencing? Because everybody has an intention, but when when they actually make that first initial deposit, when they become an SJP manifestor, suddenly a huge inner possibility starts awakening in us. So, would you like to add more on that, please?
Yeah, of course. Not only do things start opening up, but even I would find old traumas, old pains would come up, things that were so buried deep I didn't even know. And sometimes if you don't know, how can you complete an incompletion? But with Swamiji's help, those little steps, because by us taking little steps, even if it's by, okay, I'm going to start now. And today I'm going to start and I'm going to manifest my SJP. So today I'm going to give this much. And every week I'm going to do this much. Every month I'm going to do this much. So every time that you give a little, it's like you're telling the universe, I'm ready. I'm ready for the next step. I'm not ready for my next cognition. I'm ready for my next incompletion. And it's like you're giving it, and the universe will come back. And sometimes you find incompletions you didn't know of. Suddenly they're completing like this without any effort, without you having to do anything. You suddenly, it's just waking up and it's a new day, and suddenly things are just easier. Things are just flawless. They just flow so much easier.
Thank you so much for sharing. And I'm sure there are so many of us truly got inspired the way you put it, your whole journey with Swamiji and your journey towards SJP. And I really would like to see you as a Sarvanyapita Yajaman by this Shivaratri with Swamiji's grace and blessings. They will all manifest. And thank you so much for joining us again today.
Thank you. I would love that as well. Good luck to everyone.
Thank you. So, dear participants and viewers, that's Ma Alpha from USA, who's sharing her journey towards for manifesting SJP. And I'm sure many of you out there have an intention, but now let us take a first step from being an intention that has become the manifestors of Sarvanyapita Yajaman. Take that first step today, and your first step towards SJP literally gives you the pathway to have that conscious breakthrough of your inner space for Shivaratri. So I request everybody to sign up and show your intention, show your declaration towards manifesting SJP by signing up in skSJP.org/contribute. And let's take a look at the video where Swamiji is sharing more and more significance of why Kailasa.
The Indian mass media cult and cinema industry, whether Bollywood or Dollywood or Bollywood or Sandalwood or the whole cinema industry in India, heavily funded by anti-Hindu elements, and they have successfully done the continuous hate speech at least for last 50 years. And the poison they emitted and the brainwashing they have done has gone so deep, even Hindus are feeling ashamed about their existence. When I grew up seeing people wearing the Hindu marks in the regular lifestyle, the day-to-day life, used to be 90% of the people's forehead. Now, it is less than 3% people wearing the Hindu symbols on their forehead in Indian society. People are ashamed to show themselves as Hindus. Sadhus are terrorized. They have to constantly live in fear. Hindus, wake up. Wake up. Just getting one job, getting married, 2 kids and 1 house and a good salary is not life. Hindu youth is getting brainwashed. Just that small little success is all life. And few courageous people who take up this sadhu life to keep Hindu culture alive are terrorized, and absolutely they have to face lawfare, they have to face so much of hate speech and so much of poisoning. Finally, they are killed, eliminated. And I am telling you, in few days, nobody will remember this lynching. And nobody will be punished for this. I have seen this last 20 years. Not a single fellow, not a single terrorist who damaged, attacked our Sangha Hindus, damaged our properties, killed our Kailasavasis, devotees, disciples. No one, no criminal, no terrorist was punished. It is 20 years. Now, I am facing this. Police supports those terrorist gang and those criminals. So much
I've gone through and my Sangha has gone through. We have done Tyaga of everything. And today again, two sadhus and one of their assistant driver, they belong to my Sampradaya. They belong to Akada Parishad, the 13 Akadas which we belong to. All Hindus, please wake up. Let us get the international attention to this Hindu Holocaust continuously happening in India.
Yes, that is exactly what Swamiji has accomplished. In last couple of years, there are 9 plus UN reports are published highlighting the Hindu Holocaust. And moreover, the permanent ambassador of Sri Kailasa has represented the voice of dispossessed Hindus facing these attacks in United Nations. And several other international forums, Kailasa and its ambassadors are voicing the plight of Hindus and the need for Hindu nation and the role of Kailasa in integrating the voices, unheard voice, untold, a Holocaust of all the Hindus out there. So the Kailasa is the voice of all these dispossessed Hindus in the world and how they can empower themselves by living Hinduism in its authentic form. So requesting every single person, whoever feels that this is a very important cause for which all of us can come forward and be part of it, sign up yourself as a Sarvanipita Ejamana. So your decision to be part of this mission today is going to empower millions of Hindus out there. It is going to empower thousands and thousands of people to practice Sanatana Hindu Dharma in the most authentic way. So, and I'm going to continue sharing the contributions of Swamiji in reviving, protecting the source scriptures of Hinduism. And Swamiji's Kailasa's Nithyananda Jnanalaya, it is one of the world's largest collection on Hinduism. Swamiji envisions the Nithyananda Jnanalaya as the epicenter for all the source scriptures which will locate, acquire, collect, organize, publish, preserve, teach, and spread the source scriptures around the world. Embracing the true glorious Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Swamiji empowers the Kailasa and administrators to run under the constitution of the scriptural authority on the eternal truths. So yesterday we saw how the entire cosmic governance and Hindu democracy of Kailasa is based completely on scriptures. So Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Jnanalaya is all about bringing out the depths of the scriptures to the whole world and empowering the humanity to make these Hindu solutions as one of the best things that we can ever have. And here we have this Shastra Pramana which talks about the authority that the Hindu scriptures hold in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So the vision of Kailasa's Nithyananda Jnanalaya is to create the largest repository of Hindu scriptures. So it's about collecting the Hindu scriptures from various sources, organizing it, protecting it, making it available in a digital form. Information is accessible to one and all, and reviving these scriptures into Hindu solutions. So, Kailasa's Hindu Nithyananda Jnanalaya creates and preserves the largest repository of Indian scriptural knowledge in the world for posterity under one roof, collecting all the Hindu scriptures, books on the planet Earth, establishing the world's largest library of Hindu books and manuscripts. So it's about housing 5 crore manuscripts. So you can see here the collection of manuscripts is part of Kailasa's Nithyananda and collecting 20 million source scriptures. And Swamiji is conferred the Asia Book of Records for maximum number of books published by a single author, 1,123 books. All of these books is nothing but making Hinduism user-friendly. Every single line, every single solution that is provided in this 1,123 books is all from the scriptures of Hinduism, all from the source scriptures of Hinduism, and making it really user-friendly, making it solution-oriented for today's modern world. And Swamiji also is conferred with the Asia Book of Records for delivering maximum number of discourses by a single person, about 3 lakh hours of discourses Swamiji has given. And all these discourses are all about Hindu solutions towards a conflict-free living, peace-based powerfulness, and ahimsa. And one other contribution of Kailasa's Jnanalaya is the Hinduismpedia, which is a simple and hard work to organize and present all the Hindu scriptures available on the planet Earth. Literally, it has a compilation of 1 million pages on Hinduism with a collection of 22,000 digital books, 1,000 plus e-textbooks, and 1 million plus 100,000 plus articles on various topics of Hinduism. And Swamiji has also revived this whole palm leaf printing technology. So every single scripture, every single initiation that we all get, Swamiji ensures that the whole initiation, the lines are all printed in palm leaf, and the palm leaf inscription is given as a gift to all the participants, whoever is attending the program. In this way, the sacredness and sanctity of those tradition is always kept alive. And more importantly, India has more than about 5 million manuscripts in various library muds in personal collections of individuals. So Kailasa's Nithyananda Jnanalaya is all about collecting all of these manuscripts and protecting it and making it user-friendly, right? So it has set up multiple units for palm leaf printing to keep the ancient Hindu knowledge tradition alive. We've printed 108 Upanishads, various Agamas, Samrajya Lakshmi Deepika, and several other scriptures. We've printed it and offered it to the world to ensure that people remember this ancient technology of preserving the Hindu Shastras through palm leaves. And also various other manuscripts which are endangered has been after scanning. So not only collecting of all these manuscripts from various sources, protecting it and scanning it, digitizing it immediately, so the knowledge is not lost. Physical and chemical treatment to prevent the damage of the existing manuscripts. So that is also one of the huge work that's happening, where the collected manuscripts are heavily damaged because of the no maintenance and also various persecution that these manuscripts have gone through. So Kailasa also focuses on physical and chemical treatment of these manuscripts. So it's about digitization, palm leaf printing, scripture collection, organizing all these scriptures, classification of knowledge, digital collection. That summarizes the entire contributions of Kailasa towards this ancient Hindu scriptures. So what you're seeing here is the work that Swamiji has inspired the peacekeepers of Kailasa to protect and preserve these manuscripts. So what you're seeing here is the collection, the total number of manuscripts recovered from Shaivism, Jainism, and Buddhism. All these various sampradayas of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. More than 30,000 scriptures and manuscripts were recovered from Shaivism, and about 25,000 from Buddhism, and about 3,000 from Jainism. So about 3 million books on Hinduism from various sampradayas are all collected by Kailasa's Nithyananda Jnanalaya. And we have developed world's first exclusive Hindu library management system based on scriptural classification. World's only multi-script optical character recognition software is developed by Kailasa's Jnanalaya, and it makes the digital books into in-text, searchable, editable, and it also enhances the search capability, makes us to understand and find out more Hindu solutions from these scriptures. Collection of over 50,000 rare manuscripts, including Shaivagamas, Shakthagamas, and Kashmiri Saivism. And a few more contributions from Kailasa's compliance body involves setting up of various committees, certification bodies to audit every single Hindu practice that is out there. Is it complying as per Vedas and Agamas? And today's Kailasa's Nithyananda Jnanalaya is the world's largest Hindu knowledge center, having a collection of source scriptures, manuscripts, and books, sharing all of these to the world in a digital format and empowering the whole world with the richness that the Hindu tradition always held. So this is one of the most important contributions of Kailasa, because all the solutions that we are having today from 30 years of hard work from Swamiji, everything is about reviving and providing life to these source scriptures. That's what Swamiji has been doing for the last 30 years. And today's world is facing so many global issues, and we don't even know the solutions of many of the problems that is existing today. But Sanatana Hindu Dharma has got solutions for every single world problem, and that is what Swamiji is doing by reviving these solutions. For example, recently Swamiji shared the global climate change, the issue that the world is facing and combating for several years now, several decades now. Swamiji said it has to be based on karma. So by providing the solutions from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Swamiji is making the world understand the importance and recognition of Hinduism, and provides ultimate solution for the enlightened conscious living. So we, by signing up for Sarvanga Pita, you are supporting this entire mission towards solving all the global problems that is existing today. So requesting everybody to take this moment to sign up and show your intention towards Sarvanga Pita. So I request everybody to take a few minutes. And if you have any further questions or comments, you can feel free to post them in the YouTube chat and also in the MPSM group.
Many people asked me, Swamiji, why did you leave such a huge empire you built in India and sitting somewhere in one corner for so many years, be very clear. It's already 3 years. I left India. More than 3 years. This 3 years is worth, because I have done the foundation, legal, protected, internationally protected place first. Not only I have the immunity of non-prosecutable and immunity and protection as the head of the state, sovereign land, which can't be violated, and the embassy status in multiple places, even sovereign land in more than one places. This 3 years is worth, because the first things are done first, right things are done first. We have a great future. We don't have to worry. Will there be any end like what happened, what has been done to Asaram Babu's organization? What has been done to Sant Rampal's ecosystem? What has been done to Ram Rahim's ecosystem? What has been done to this Palgar Sadhus, and what has been done to Kanchimat? You don't need to worry, because I have done the right things first. That's a spend little time, study how each Hindu ecosystem is persecuted in last 100 years. Listen, whether Kanchimat or Asaram Babu or Ram Rahim or Sant Rampal or Shivashankar Baba, all of them, all their organizations, with so much of hard work, they build the Hindu ecosystem like a beautiful honeycomb. But just some thief comes and robs the whole thing and takes it away. But again, you guys Hindus will work hard and build it like a honeycomb. Again, somebody else will come and steal. Be very clear. I am not interested in this game. That is why I decided very clearly, I will build the fort first. Proper stone fort. Then build the honeycomb, so it will stay forever and work forever. Support the Hindus forever. Keep the Hindu ecosystem forever alive. Be very clear. I understood this secret. I started my public life at the age of 16. Within 10 years, by 25, I understood. Without making a proper protection system, any hard work me and my sannyasis put and build, it will be like a honeycomb. When Kanchi Shankaracharya got arrested, clearly I realized the Samasthana, which had immunity from all prosecution, lasted just 2 generations before, till the India adopted the secular constitution. Kanchimat, Madurayadinam, all of them had immunity from all prosecution in writing, legally valid, from the British government till the British time. Just 2 generations. Now, those gurus are getting prosecuted. Lawfare is being done. False accusations are put. They are prosecuted left, right, center. Of course, Kanchi Shankaracharya proved he is innocent and came out. But what happened to that organization? What happened to that mutt? What happened to himself?
Was he able to stand back? The criminally negligent Hindus did not have gratitude for all the work he has done. The criminally negligent Hindus are not realizing the anti-Hindus are attacking the real Hindus because he stood for the Hindus and stick his neck out, his head was cut. That's all. So that is like a message. No one else should stick their neck out for Hinduism. I tell you, I realized this truth. If I don't build the proper legitimate fort, legal protection, even if I work for 100 years and build the Hindu ecosystem, I don't want to say what would have happened. I know very clearly. I know very clearly. I know very clearly. I wanted to tell all my disciples, listen. The good news I have for all of you is, by the grace of Paramashiva, we already have a sovereign territory in more than one place for Kailasa and diplomatic relationship with many countries for Kailasa, and I am safe. We are going to be safe forever. That is the good news I have for all my disciples. So all your effort, you are all putting time, treasure, talent and building this Kailasa will be useful forever. It cannot be hijacked, destroyed by anyone, because I made a proper foundation protection fortress. Then started building the honeycomb. I did the first things first. Be very clear. Be very clear. First things first.
Yes, as Swamiji beautifully mentioned, the having this sovereign nation recognized for Hindus internationally by United Nations, and having this bilateral relations with several other countries, having this sovereign nation is the first thing first that Swamiji has established for all the Hindus out there. By you supporting the Sarvanya Pita, you're supporting this cause of first thing Hindus having their own sovereign nation. Swamiji has already made it happen, and now this year we're going to open the Mahakailasa to one and all for the whole of the humanity to come and receive and be in the physical presence of Avatar. So let us take this moment to prioritize of becoming the Sarvanyapita Yajman. You may have the intention, but let us prioritize this. Whatever you are doing towards this cause is going to empower the whole of the humanity to experience the breathing space of Avatar. So with that note, I'm just going to connect with Ma Yoga Swarupini from United Kingdom. Once again, we just heard her sharing her beautiful journey of her being in the presence of Swamiji. And now I'm going to request her to be in his show and share further on her journey with Swamiji. Nithyananda, thank you so much for joining back.
Nithyananda, thank you. Actually, okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, Swamiji, with the first I just learned about Sanatana Hindu Dharma, like all Charya, Kriya, Yoga, Jnanam, all four. Really, I started to practice. Before that, I'm a Hindu, but I never ever practiced anything. Even fasting, I didn't do properly. Just morning, I miss something, that's all, but I've been completely changed to full, like vegetarian. Not, I don't take even any egg inside the home because I have Swamiji's Padaga. So all five of us, so other daughters, I told them, you can have it outside, but you can't bring it inside. They stopped. Everyone stopped. Everywhere we go, even we went to Sri Lanka, they were asking, you living in UK, you all vegetarian? So they were, like Swamiji completely changed. Actually, what Swamiji is doing for Sanatana Hindu Dharma and how he's making everyone to be proper Hindu, this make us to realize, like how we have to support Swamiji, and this is a reason we just wanted to be SJP, to join the SJP and then continue to surrender to Swamiji, because Swamiji completely changed everything, and actually the cognitions, I don't even know, just I was logic. I only was with the first one, length, all other things like, Swamiji is the one make me to think, and then go into the heart, and then go into deep cognitions. He took me everywhere. That's why I just wrote it to Swamiji, like Tamil. I just want to say in Tamil, he did like மண்ணில் வாழும் அறிவியலையும் விண்ணையாளும் அறிவியலையும் எங்களுக்கு முறையாக கற்பித்து நித்திய ஆனந்தத்திற்குள் அழைத்து செல்கிறீர்கள் Swamiji. I wanted to tell this to Swamiji, like is the teaching, the knowledge of how to live on the world and of how to rule the cosmos. So Swamiji was taking us to all these steps, not just me, all five of us, I don't know how, because four of us, we went for the IA. The fifth one, she never been to IA, but she saw Swamiji anyway when she came to Thailand. So everyone had Swamiji's blessings, and then the transformation happened to us. All five of us is different, So now I'm doing every day morning Brahma Muhurta, like all kriyas, Panja kriyas and yoga, and people come and join, from Europe as well. So I'm doing that. But before that, I wasn't disciplined, I didn't do anything. You wouldn't believe I'm 63 now. I can do headstand as well, I did last time when Swamiji said, what is your Icha Sakti, what is your Icha Sakti? Just I wrote it with, I can't even imagine, I'm writing this one. Next day, I did the, headstand, and I went to the wall and started. I was doing it, so this is the way Swamiji make everything to do it, So, yes,
that's so beautiful. That's really beautiful, Ma. See, one of the beautiful aspects that you really brought to the segment today is how Swamiji is inspiring the Hindus, living and practicing Hindus, to start applying Hinduism in its true sense, right from morning waking up in Brahma Muhurta, to doing yoga, to setting the intention, conscious resolution, the Icha Shakti that you mentioned. How Swamiji is inspiring every single aspect of Hinduism to be practiced towards the right context of living enlightenment. How he's inspiring the whole of the Hindu population today. It is something so extraordinary, and that is the reason why reviving this Sarvanyapita around the world is of so much of importance. And would you like to share with us what is really inspiring you towards manifesting Sarvanyapita today?
I think whatever Swamiji revived, like scriptures and everything, like he's reviving all the Hindu scriptures and whatever Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all over the world, people are practicing the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and I would say all these reviving Hinduism, and we thought this is the best way to contribute, and we surrender to Swamiji, and then we started to join the SJP manifestos, and then even after that we suddenly, Swamiji was I wanted to move to bigger house. Swamiji just blessed me, and then especially after certain age it's really difficult to get the mortgage and everything, but without any hassles, we just quickly get the house. Even the house, everyone said, oh wow, this very good price we got it, because Swamiji's blessings, everything is happening. So I wanted like, actually when I was looking for the house, nothing else, I only wanted lots of plants, for puja, lots of flowers, and the puja room I wanted, that everyone look everything. I said, okay, this one hasn't got enough garden, so I don't think I will get this. I have the very powerful cognition that I know I wanted for the puja, so I will get it. Exactly after I got the house, you wouldn't believe, we have the flowers for all season.
Wow.
I can so that's the way I'm manifesting. After Swami, I never after I met Swamiji, I never get worried about anything. Even I had sometimes when I had the problem with my eldest daughter, still sometimes. So I says, oh, Swamiji says, I will heal your daughter completely. So I know that that will happen. So that's the way I give to my mind. And now I am practicing everything is Maya. Everything is Maya. Just everything is a dream. So I'm just we all actually surrender to Swamiji. So that is the
Beautiful.
reason so I manifest SJP.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Ma, for joining this segment today. And I wish all of you, the whole family, becomes a Sarvanya Pita Yajaman by Shivaratri and Swamiji's grace. All of you manifest your reality the way you want. Thank you so much for joining the segment today. And it was so nice, so beautiful. You shared all your authentic experiences of how Swamiji transformed your life and the whole atmosphere of the family. Thank you so much, Ma.
Thank you.
Yes, and that is Ma Nithya Yogaswara from United Kingdoms, who's sharing her experiences of why it is very important to be part of Saranya Pita. And I'm sure a lot of viewers and participants, all of you are inspired to start your journey. And you may be facing some obstacles or something which is not making you to manifest this Saranya Pita Saranya Pita. So if you are looking for a solution, if you're looking for a third eye scan, you can post that in the MPSN group or YouTube chat, FB chat. And I'm going to take a few minutes to scan with the grace of Swamiji. We'll be able to find out what is the obstacle that is causing for you not to manifest the Saranya Pita and how we can manifest it. So requesting everybody to post your intention to be scanned through third eye. And if you've already been scanned through third eye, have you taken actions towards Saranya Pita? If you're not able to take the action, you can once again post it in the chat so we can do one more scan and support this journey of Saranya Pita. So requesting everybody to take a few minutes to post your intention to be scanned. Okay, so we have Marlena Yazi. I would like to request a scan, please. Thank you so much. So, Marlena Yazi, have you filled the intention towards Sarvanya Pita? If not, please take a few minutes to fill your intention towards Sarvanya Pita. You can sign up in sksjp.org/contribute and sit with the strong sankalpa and resolution that in the next 1 week, you will take all the efforts that is needed for you to manifest Sarvanya Pita by Shivaratri. So sit with that intention. First, fill the intention form and sit straight. Please connect with Swamiji in your Anandaganda. Let us chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes. Ma Velina Yasi, with Swamiji's grace and blessings, you'll be able to manifest Sarvayatita. First thing, what you need to do is complete with all the ideas of feeling overwhelmed when you look at something large, something vast. If you see, whenever you encounter a huge mountain, right, you will start feeling too small. Instead of feeling oneness with the mountain, you start comparing your existence with the existence of something larger than life. That is exactly what you're feeling whenever you think about manifesting SJP also. You feel that it is something huge that you can never manifest it. Just like how you start connecting whenever you look at a mountain, specifically, you start thinking in your childhood all the time that you meant to spend. Whenever you actually look at a mountain, how do you feel? You, instead of feeling that oneness, you started feeling too small, right? The same thought pattern, if you design Swamiji's grace and blessings, you'll be able to manifest it. So first thing that you need to do is take the step. Today itself, take a step, take a deposit. Okay, I have this much with me. Let me start my journey towards SJP. The moment you take the decision and start your journey towards SJP, you will start seeing that it is not a far-fetched reality anymore. It is actually something within your reach, because it is not you who is going to do it. It is actually Swamiji who is going to manifest through you. So with this clarity, I would really request you to start your journey today. So next is we have Hiranmai. Right. So I request Hiranmai to please sit straight, connect with Swamiji in your Anandaganda. Let us chant the Bhavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes. Mahiranmai, Nithyanandamma. So first thing, what you need to do is, bring intense ferociousness within yourself, right? So bring intense ferociousness within yourself. Whatever you think as insecurities, unknowns in your life, decide today itself you are going to make that step towards breaking that insecurities, right? So there are, say, let us say, for you to manifest SJP, what is your visualization? In your visualizations, are you seeing blind spots? Are you seeing few scenes you don't want to visualize? You just want to skip. You just want to see yourself manifesting already. So all those unknowns, wherever you feel that you don't know, pen that down. Ferociously approach life and see what is Swamiji showing you when you think about these unknowns. Right? So connect with Swamiji in your Anandaganda. Every single unknown that is there towards this manifestation, sit and pen down, resolve it, approach it with ferociousness. With Swamiji's grace and blessings, you'll be able to manifest. Right? So with it, we also have Murali Manmari, who has requested for a scan. So I request Murli Ayya from New Zealand to please sit straight and close your eyes. Connect with Swamiji in Anandananda. Let us chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes. Nithyananda Murali Ayya. So first thing that Swamiji showed is stop questioning Paramashiva. This is the first thought current I would like to share with you. Everything that is happening in your life, it is happening with the grace and auspiciousness of Guru. Because of your lack of farsightedness, we don't see the whole reality. We just have a narrow approach of what we consider and perceive as life. Because of that, you are constantly complaining everything that's happening in life. Everything is a complaint. Everything you feel that it is not enough as you would like it to be. Decide to drop this questioning life, questioning Paramashiva, questioning Guru. Just have immense surrender and acceptance towards everything that is happening in your life. Moment you start accepting, moment you start surrendering, you will actually see you have immense possibilities, immense wealth to actually make it to Samanyapita. You have that possibility, you have the wealth. Because of this constant complaining nature, constantly questioning life, you are not able to see those possibilities that exist within you. So today, decide to drop this questioning. Just experience, just see yourself in oneness with Swamiji and Paramashiva. So with Swamiji's grace and blessings, you'll be able to manifest. So with this, I'd like to come to the end of the session and once again, thanking all the out there who have been really participating, expressing your feedback, expressing your interest to be part of this illumination. Every day we will be connecting for the segment where we will share more interesting journeys of devotees around the world whose life has been immensely enriched by Swamiji and the significance of Samanyapita. So I would like to remind all the participants once again, start your journey. And it is so important for you to start your journey now. Please do not postpone anything. Whatever you have, whether it is as an investment or a retirement fund or as a house or anything, whatever you have with you, decide that this contribution towards Sarvanyapita is going to immensely benefit the whole of the humanity. So take the decision today, take that sankalpa today to manifest SJP. I request everybody to sign up skSJP.org/contribute. And it is a wonderful opportunity where all of us are going to open the whole Mahakailasa to the entire humanity for everybody to experience in the breathing space of Avatar. So with that note, I would like to end the session and we will be moving on to Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the most invited movement of the day, experiencing the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, manifesting the 64 forms of Paramashiva. Nithyananda. Just had a beautiful session, and we listened to a powerful experience also. Now, what we are going to be entering into is one of the most awaited session, which is having the darshan of Bhagavan. Let us all get ready for this Bhava Samadhi darshan. We welcome all the YouTube viewers, Facebook, and all other social media platforms, everyone who has tuned in now for this segment where we are going to be experiencing the Bhava Samadhi darshan of Bhagavan Chandrasekhara Murthy
and Garudantika Murthy, Bhujaga Lalita Murthy, Apatuttarana Murthy, and Gajantika Murthy forms.
And through all of these forms, we are going to receive the protection of Paramashivam. Understand? In every level in your life, for example, if you are struggling with something, you're not able to move some things in your life, you're not able to achieve some things in your life, or you're feeling constantly terrorized by your own self because the patterns that you fall into or because of the failures that you face, in every level, whether it is somebody from external trying to attack you or it is from your own patterns which is failing you inside you, having this Bhava Samadhi darshan will protect you and heal you from all those pain, sufferings, and give you the ultimate protection, the protection which will help us in every aspect of our life. During the Bhava Samadhi darshan, something phenomenal happens in our brain. The frequency at which our brain functions raises, and that frequency goes to the level where it starts being in sync with the cosmic frequency. So what does that have to do with our day-to-day life? The very quality of your life starts excelling. The way you understand things, the way you cognize things, everything starts transforming phenomenally. And the darshan that we are going to be having now, all you need to be doing is just sit in the space of gratitude, where you drop all your wants, needs, everything. Just melt in that space of gratitude, where you're extremely grateful for cosmos descending in this Nijavatar as our beloved Swamiji. Everything else will just happen to you. You'll be entangled and you will be raised to a very beautiful space, and you will start being able to manifest anything that you want in your life. Now, let us all get ready. We are going to be chanting the Dhyana Shlokas now.
We are going to be having the darshan of the forms of Paramashiva as Chandrasekhara Murthy and Apatuttarana Murthy and Gajantika Murthy and Garudantika Murthy forms of Paramashiva. Each of these are extremely powerful forms by themselves. So now let us all chant the Dhyana Shloka of Bhagavan Chandrasekhara Murthy during the Bhava Samadhi darshan to literally mirror the neurons of Swamiji. When Swamiji is manifesting, so Swamiji is manifesting these various dimensions of the cosmos, all the powerful cognitions, the powerful components of those aspects of the cosmos gets awakened in you. And this is what science calls as mirroring of neurons. So this mirroring of neurons is very, very powerful, and this literally raises your frequency. And during the darshan, all your satya sankalpa, all your wants and needs just drop that song and just drop, and you literally become at peace in coexisting with the divine. अभयवरदहस्तं सौम्यं शृङ्गारभावं विपुलवदननेत्रं चन्द्रबिम्बांशमौलिम् ऋजुतनुसमपादं स्थानकं विद्रुमाभम् हरिणपरशुपाणिं पद्मपीठोपरिस्थम् दिव्याम्बरान्वितो वापि मृगाजिनयुतोऽपि वा हस्तब्रह्मकपालेन नानापुष्पैरङ्कृतः धृतवाराहदन्ताग्रशार्दूलनखकच्छपैः शाङ्कीर्कैर्मणिभिः प्रोतमालय हृदि भूषितः स्थितो दक्षिणपादेन वामेनोपरिवर्तिना कुञ्चितावर्तमानाग्रे सुप्रसारिततत्करः अम्बिकामुखबिम्बाब्ज भ्रमरीकृतलोचनः कुर्याद्भृङ्गिरैठं वात भद्रकालीमतापि वा भुजङ्गत्रासाखाद्यो भुजङ्गललितस्तः This is a form may be designed so as to be attired in elegant and bright cloth, or in the hide of an antler, adorned with a garland of skulls of Brahma and various. He is wearing the tooth of a boar, tiger nail, and a shell of a tortoise. His chest is adorned with a string made of the balls designed with a conch. His right foot is straight and the left foot is raised. His lower left hand is stretched across and held above the lifted left foot. His eyes are like the bees drawn towards the lotus face of Ambika. Either the image of Bringi or that of Bhadrakali may be designed to be on the left side of the Lord. The form of Nataraja designed in this way is called as Bhujanga Trasha. There is another form known as Bhujanga Lalita Murti. This is the Dhyana Shloka and the description of Bhujanga Lalita Murti. Now, let us all get ready. Let us sit with a head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes.
Inhale and exhale. Deeply and slow. Now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
With the divine, with your eyes closed, is meditation. Connecting with the divine, with your eyes open, is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
Om Namo Nithyananda, Om Namo Nithyananda, Om Namo Namo. Om Namo Nithyananda, Om Namo Nithyananda, Om Namo Nithyananda, Om Namo Namo. Sada balarupapi vignadrihantri, Mahadanti vaktrapi panchasya manya, Vidhindradimrigya Ganeshabhidame, Vidhattam Shriyam Kapi Kalyan. Na janami shabdam, na janami chartham, na janami padhyam, na janami gadhyam. Chideka shadasya hrididhyo tate me, Mukhani sarante girashvapi chitram. मयूराधिरूढं महावाक्यगूढं मनोहारिदेहं महच्चित्तगेहं महीदेवदेवं महावेदभावं महादेवबालं भजे लोकपालं यदा सन्निधानं गता मानवामि भवाम्भोधिपारं गदास्ते तदैव इति व्यञ्जयन् सिन्धुतीरे नास्ति तमीडे पवित्रं पराशक्तिपुत्रम्. ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नमो. ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नमो. यथाब्धेस्तरङ्गालयं यान्ति तुङ्गा तथैवापदसन्निधौ सेवतामे इतीवोर्मि पङ्क्तिर्नृणां दर्शयन्तं सदा भावये हृत्सरोजे गुहं तं. गिरौ मन्निवासे नरायेऽधिरूढा तदा पर्वते राजते ते धिरूढा इतीव ब्रुवन् गन्धशैलाधिरूढ सदेवो मुदे मे सदा षण्मुखोऽस्तु. ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द,
Nithyananda, Om Namo Namo. Om Namo Nithyananda, Om Namo Nithyananda, Om Namo Nithyananda, Om Namo Namo.
महाम्भोधिधीरे महापापचोरे मुनीन्द्रानुकूले सुगन्धाख्यशैले सुहायां वसन्तं स्वभासालसन्तं जनार्तिं हरन्तं श्रयामो गुहं तं लसत्स्वर्णगेहे नृणां कामदोहे सुमस्तोमसञ्छन्नमाणिक्यमञ्जे सुमुद्यत्सहस्रार्कतुल्यप्रकाशं सदा भावये कार्तिकेयं सुरेशम् प्रणद्धं सखे मञ्जुळे द्यन्तशोणे मनोहारि लावण्य पीयूषपूर्णे मनः षट्पदो मे भवल्केशतप्त सदा मोदतां पादपद्मे सुवर्णाभदिव्याम्बरैर्भासमाना कणत्किङ्किणी मेखला शोभमाना लसद्धेमपट्ठेन विद्योतमाना कटिं भावये स्कन्दते दीप्यमानाम्।
ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नमो। ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नमो।
कन्या घना बोधतुंग तनालिंगनासक्त काश्मीर रागम नमस्याम्यहं तारकारेतवोर स्वभक्तावने सर्वदा सानुरागं विधौ क्लिप्तदण्डान् स्वलीलाधृताण्डान् निरस्ते भशुण्डान् द्विषत्कालदण्डान् हतेन्द्रारिषण्डान् जगत्राणशौण्डान् सदा ते प्रचण्डान् श्रये बाहुदण्डान्।
ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नमो। ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नमो।
सदा शारदा षण्मृगाङ्काय दिस्यु सुमुध्यन्वस्थिता श्वेत्समन्तात् सदा पूर्णबिम्बाकलङ्गैश्च हीना तदा त्वन्मुखानां भ्रुवे स्कन्दसाम्यं स्फुरन्मन्दहासैः सहंसानि सञ्चत् कटाक्षावलिभोज्ज्वलानि सुधास्यन्ति बिम्बाधराणि शसूनो तवालोकये षण्मुखाम्भोरुहानि। कालेषु कर्णान्तदीर्घेष्वजस्रं दयास्यन्तिषु द्वादशस्वीक्षणेषु मयीषत्कटाक्षसकृत्पातितक्षित् भवेत्ते दयाशीलकानामहानि सुताङ्गोद्भवो मेऽसि जीवेति षड्घ जपन्मन्त्रमीशो मुदा जिघ्रते यात् जगद्भारमृद्भ्यो जगन्नाथ तेभ्य किरीटोज्ज्वलेभ्यो नमो मस्तकेभ्यः।
ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नमो। ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नमो।
स्फुरद्रत्नकेयूरहाराभिराम श्वलत्कुण्डलश्रीलसत्खण्डभाग कटौपीतवासाकरे चारुशक्ति पुरस्तान्ममास्तां पुरारेस्तनूज आयाहि वत्सेति हस्तान् प्रसार्या वयत्यादराच्छङ्करे मातुरङ्गात् समुत्पत्य तातं श्रयन्तं कुमारं हराश्लिष्टगात्रं भजे बालमूर्तिम्।
ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नमो। ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नमो।
कुमारेश सूनो गुहस्कन्दसेना पते शक्तिकाणे मयूराधिरूढ पुलिन्दात्मजाकान्तभक्तार्तिहारि प्रभोतारकारे सदा रक्ष मां त्वं प्रशान्तेन्द्रिये नष्टसङ्गे विचेष्टे कफोद्घारि वक्त्रे भयोत्कम्पि गात्रे प्रयाणोन्मुखे मय्यनाथे तदानि धृतं मे दयालो भवाग्रे गुहत्वम्। कृतान्तस्य दूतेषु चण्डेषु बृहच्चिन्धिभिन्दीति मां तर्जयत्सु मयूरं समारोह्य माभैरिति त्वं पुरःशक्तिपाणिर्ममायाहि शीघ्रं प्रणम्यासकृत्पादयोस्ते पतित्वा प्रसाद्य प्रभो पार्थयेनेकवारम् न वक्तुं क्षमोकं तदानीं कृपाब्धे न कार्यान्तकाले मनागप्युपेक्ष।
ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नमो। ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द, ॐ नमो नमो।
सहस्राण्डभोक्ता त्वया शूरनामा हतस्तारकसिंहवक्त्रश्च दैत्य ममान्तर्हृदिस्थं मनक्लेशमेकं न हंसि प्रभो किं करोमि कयामि अहं सर्वदा दुःखभारावसन्नो भवान् दीनबन्धुस्त्वदन्यं न याचे भवद्भक्तिरोगं सदा क्लिप्तबाधं ममाधिं तु तं नाशयो मासु तत्त्वम्।
ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नमो ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नमो
अपस्मारकुष्ठक्षयाश प्रमेह स्वरोन्मादगुल्मादिरोगा महान्त पिशाचाश्च सर्वे भवत्तत्र भूतिं विलोक्य क्षणात्तारकारे द्रवन्ते दृशिस्कन्दमूर्तिश्रुतौ स्कन्दकीर्तिर्मुखे मे पवित्रं सदा तच्चरित्रं करे वपुस्तस्य भृत्यं कुहे सन्तुलीना ममाशेषभावा। अभीष्टप्रदा सन्ति सर्वत्र देवा नृणामन्त्यजानामपि स्वार्थदाने गुहादेव मन्यं न जाने कलत्रं सुता बन्धुवर्ग पशुर्वा नरो वाथ नारी गृहे ये मदीया यजन्तो नमन्तस्तुवन्तो भवन्तं स्मरन्तश्च ते सन्तु सर्वे कुमार।
ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नमो ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नमो
Nithyananda, you had such a beautiful darshan of Chandrasekhara Murti and Apatuttarana Murti, Gaudantika Murti, the forms of Paramashiva. I request all the participants, every one of you that enjoyed this space, that witnessed this beautiful darshan, to please take a few minutes. Let us know, share with all of us, how did you enjoy the darshan? So, each of you, I request every one of you to please share with us, let us know. And all the viewers that are watching us on YouTube and Facebook, if you have enjoyed these darshans of Paramashiva, these are all the glimpses. These are all just few glimpses from what all of us were blessed with in Mahaparamashivoham. You all, every one of you have an opportunity to have this darshan live in the presence of Swamiji with the two-way video conferencing, the Nana Diksha. So, all of you that are enjoyed this darshan. We welcome everyone to join. If you would like to receive this darshan as live initiations, do not miss, sign up to Mahaparamashivoham in the link that is projected for all of you, sksjp.org/contribute. Please sign up there and you too can become a part of this beautiful happening. Our next Mahaparamashivam is coming up. It's just round the corner. It's starting on the 9th of February. And be there and enjoy the Mahaparamashiva celebrations. So we thank every one of you who joined today in the Facebook and YouTube, and we welcome you all to join us back again tomorrow for the next further events and programs.